Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled, their magic fading like embers in a dying fire. Rose Weasley Granger stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched Professor Flitwick collapse mid-charm, his wand clattering uselessly to the ground. Across the grounds, cries of confusion and fear echoed as, one by one, the teachers of Hogwarts found themselves stripped of their magical abilities. In the chaos that followed, the Ministry of Magic swooped in like vultures to carrion. Stern-faced Aurors patrolled the corridors, their eyes cold and unseeing. At their head stood Octavius Crowley, a man whose ambition was matched only by his ruthlessness. With honeyed words and iron fists, he imposed a new order on Hogwarts, one that promised safety, but reeked of oppression. Rose, her brilliant mind working overtime, knew that this was no accident. As she watched her fellow students cower under the watchful eyes of the Ministry's enforcers, a fire ignited in her heart. She would not stand idly by while the magic of Hogwarts, the very essence of their world, was snuffed out. Under the cover of night, Rose slipped through secret passages, whispering to portraits and rallying those students brave enough to resist. In the room of requirement, now transformed into a hidden sanctuary, she formed the core of her resistance. Albus Potter, her cousin and closest confidant, Scorpius Malfoy, whose slither and cunning proved invaluable, and Luna Scamander, the quirky Ravenclaw, whose outside-the-box thinking often provided the spark of inspiration they needed. Their first breakthrough came from an unexpected source. As Rose paced before the portrait of Albus Dumbledore, frustration etched on her face. Painted wizard's eyes twinkled with a familiar light. Sometimes, Miss Weasley Granger, Dumbledore's portrait mused, the answer lies not in what has been taken, but in what remains. Those cryptic words set Rose's mind ablaze. If the teacher's magic had been stripped away, where had it gone? The answer, she realized with a jolt, must lie in the very foundations of Hogwarts itself. Armed with this revelation, Rose and her companions delved deep into the bowels of the castle. They discovered ancient runes carved into forgotten stones, pulsing with stolen magic. Each night, they worked tirelessly to decipher the runes, all while evading the watchful eyes of Crowley's patrols. But their efforts did not go unnoticed. Crowley, paranoid and power-hungry, tightened his grip on the school. Students were forbidden from gathering in groups, and a curfew was imposed with harsh penalties for those who broke it. It was during one of these tense nights that Rose stumbled upon an unexpected ally. As she fled from a patrol, she found herself face to face with a house elf named Pipsy. The elf's large eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "Miss Weasley," Pipsy whispered, her ears twitching nervously. "Pipsy and the other elves want to help. We can feel the castle's pain, and we know you're trying to make it right. With the house elves' aid, the resistance gained new strength. The elves, often overlooked and underestimated, proved to be masters of subterfuge, able to move through the castle undetected and relay crucial information. As weeks turned into months, Rose's resistance grew. They learned to harness the ambient magic that still lingered in the air, performing wandless feats that would have once seemed impossible. Students from all houses united under a common cause, their house rivalries forgotten in the face of a greater threat. But Crowley was not idle. His enforcers grew more brutal, and whispers spread of students disappearing in the night, never to be seen again. The stakes were rising, and Rose knew that time was running out. The turning point came on a stormy night as lightning illuminated the castle in brief electric flashes. Rose and her core team had finally deciphered the last of the runes, uncovering a terrible truth. Crowley wasn't just suppressing magic, he was harvesting it, feeding an ancient and terrible artifact known as the Void Stone. With this knowledge came a glimmer of hope. If they could destroy the Void Stone, the stolen magic would be released, restoring power to the teachers and breaking Crowley's hold on Hogwarts. The plan they devised was daring to the point of madness. While Albus and Scorpius led a diversion in the Great Hall, Rose and Luna would infiltrate Crowley's office, where the Void Stone was kept. As chaos erupted in the castle, Rose and Luna crept through shadowy corridors, their hearts pounding. They reached Crowley's office, only to find the man himself waiting, a cruel smile twisting his features. "Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate this?" he sneered, raising his wand. "Your little rebellion ends here, Miss Weasley Granger." But Rose wasn't alone. As Crowley advanced, the air shimmered, and dozens of house elves appeared, led by Pipsy. Their small hands glowed with ancient magic as they formed a protective circle around Rose and Luna. "Hogwarts does not belong to you," Rose declared, her voice ringing with authority. "It belongs to all of us, every student, every teacher, every creature that calls this castle home." With a cry that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle, Rose reached out her hand. The Void Stone, sensing the power of united wills, began to crack. Crowley lunged forward, desperation in his eyes. But it was too late. The stone shattered, releasing a torrent of magic that swept through Hogwarts like a tidal wave. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over liberated Hogwarts, Rose stood on the astronomy tower, watching as life returned to the castle. Teachers and students alike marveled at the return of their powers, and the Ministry enforcers, their resolve broken, retreated in disarray. Crowley, stripped of his stolen power, was led away in magical bindings, his grandiose dreams of domination reduced to ashes. As he passed Rose, she saw not a mighty tyrant, but a small, bitter man whose fear of magic had driven him to try and control it. In the days that followed, Hogwarts began to heal. The houses, once divided, now worked together to rebuild what had been broken. Rose, hailed as a hero, found herself at the center of a new era for the magical school. As she sat by the lake, watching the giant squid lazily wave its tentacles, Rose reflected on all that had transpired. She had entered this year as a student, eager to learn and prove herself. She emerged a leader, having learned lessons far beyond what any textbook could teach. A soft pop announced the arrival of Pipsy, who handed Rose a steaming mug of hot chocolate. "Miss Rose," the elf said, her eyes shining with admiration. "Pipsy just wanted to say thank you. You showed us that even the smallest can make a difference." Rose smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the hot chocolate. "We all made a difference, Pipsy." Together, as the sun set over Hogwarts, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Rose knew that while this chapter had closed, the story of Hogwarts and her own story was far from over. There would be new challenges to face, new mysteries to unravel. But whatever came, they would face it united, their magic stronger for having been tested, their bonds unbreakable. For in the end, it was not the power of their wands that had saved them, but the strength of their hearts, the courage of their convictions, and the magic that lived within each of them, wandless, boundless, and eternally bright. Story 2. The cobblestones of Diagon Alley shimmered like scales beneath a pale, sickly moon. Hugo Weasley stood frozen, his wand hanging uselessly at his side as he watched the impossible unfold before him. The air rippled and tore, revealing glimpses of the Muggle world beyond a double-decker bus rumbling through what should have been Gringotts, a flock of pigeons roosting in the ghostly outline of Ollivanders. The ancient enchantments that had kept the wizarding world hidden for centuries were failing, and Hugo, the unremarkable son of two of the most famous wizards alive, found himself at the center of a storm that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of magical society. It had begun with whispers and odd occurrences. A Muggle wandering into the leaky cauldron, blinking in confusion at the robed patrons. An owl delivering the daily prophet to a suburban home, much to the bewilderment of its non-magical residents. But now, as Hugo watched the veil between worlds fray and unravel, he knew that time was running out. A warm hand clasped his shoulder, and Hugo turned to find the piercing gaze of Ollivander, not the kindly wand-maker he remembered from his childhood, but a spectral figure formed of mist and memory. The time has come. Young Weasley, the ghost of Ollivander intoned, his voice echoing with the weight of ages. The Founder's Wand calls to you. Hugo's heart raced. The Founder's Wand was a legend, a myth whispered about in the dusty corners of Hogwarts library, said to have been crafted by all four founders. Imbuing it with their combined power, it had vanished from history, thought lost to time. But why me? Hugo stammered, acutely aware of his own perceived inadequacies. I'm not special, not like my parents or my sister Rose. Ollivander's ghostly eyes softened. It is not our abilities that define us, Hugo, but our choices. The wand has chosen you, and now you must choose to accept your destiny. With trembling hands, Hugo accepted an ornate box from the spectral wand-maker. Inside lay a wand unlike any he had ever seen, twisted strands of wood, each a different hue, wrapped around a core that pulls with an otherworldly light. As his fingers closed around the handle, Hugo felt a surge of power unlike anything he had experienced before. Images flashed through his mind, a chamber deep beneath Gringotts, a hidden room in the Department of Mysteries, the heart of the Forbidden Forest, and the highest tower of Hogwarts. These are the places you must go, Ollivander explained, his form already beginning to fade. To each a test, to each a piece of the puzzle. Restore the barriers, Hugo Weasley, before both worlds fall to chaos. And with that, the ghost vanished, leaving Hugo alone in the flickering reality of Diagon Alley. But not for long. A roar split the air, and Hugo turned to see a massive dragon, a Hungarian horntail descending from the sky, its scales gleaming in the eerie light. Astride its back sat a familiar figure, Charlie Weasley, Hugo's uncle and renowned dragonologist. Hop on, nephew, Charlie called, extending a scarred hand. We've got work to do. As they soared over London, Hugo marveled at the patchwork of realities below. Here, a Muggle park. There, the spires of a wizarding manor. Charlie explained that dragons, creatures of magic and myth, were among the few beings able to navigate the collapsing boundaries between worlds. Their first stop was Gringotts. As they descended into the deepest vaults, Hugo felt the Founder's wand pulse with recognition. They found themselves in a chamber that seemed to exist outside of time, where the very air sparkled with ancient magic. At the center stood a pedestal upon which rested a single golden coin. As Hugo approached, the coin began to spin, faster and faster, until it split into two perfect halves, one gold, one silver. The balance, Hugo whispered, understanding flooding through him. He touched the wand to both halves, and they merged once more, a symbol of the unity between magical and non-magical worlds. From Gringotts, they journeyed to the Ministry of Magic. In the Department of Mysteries, they found a room filled with swirling mists, where time and space seemed to bend and warp. Here, Hugo faced his deepest fears and insecurities, confronting shadowy versions of his famous family members. But as the specters of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger advanced, Hugo stood his ground. I am more than my name, he declared, the Founder's wand blazing with light. I am Hugo Weasley, and I choose my own path. The mists cleared, revealing a shimmering thread of pure magic. Hugo carefully wove it into the wand, feeling the barriers between worlds strengthen ever so slightly. Their next destination was the Forbidden Forest, where the centaur Firenze awaited them. The stars speak of your coming, Hugo Weasley, the centaur intoned, his eyes reflecting the cosmos. But they do not dictate your path. That choice remains yours. Deep in the heart of the forest, Hugo found a clearing where the boundaries between worlds were at their thinnest. Here, creatures of myth and legend roamed freely, unicorns grazing alongside mundane deer, pixies flitting between muggle and magical flora. Understanding dawned on Hugo. The separation between worlds was not meant to be absolute, but a delicate balance. With the Founder's wand, he began to weave a new enchantment, one that would allow for the flow of magic while maintaining the secrecy necessary for both worlds to thrive. As the new wards settled into place, a warmth spread through the forest. Firenze nodded in approval. You have wisdom beyond your years, young one. But your greatest test still awaits. Their final journey took them to Hogwarts, where the very foundations of the castle trembled with unstable magic. As Hugo and Charlie landed in the courtyard, they were met by a most unexpected welcoming committee, the ghosts of the four-founders themselves. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin stood before them, their spectral forms flickering like candle flames in a breeze. "Welcome, Hugo Weasley," Rowena Ravenclaw spoke, her voice echoing with wisdom. "You stand at the crossroads of history. The choice you make here will shape the future of both our worlds." Salazar Slytherin stepped forward, his eyes glinting with cunning. "You could use the wand to seal away the Muggle world forever, preserving our way of life. Or," Helga Hufflepuff interjected, her voice warm and kind, "you could tear down the barriers completely, uniting our worlds as one." Hugo looked down at the Founder's wand, feeling the weight of history and the future pressing down upon him. In that moment, he understood why the wand had chosen him not for any great power or destiny, but for the compassion and understanding that had always been his greatest strength. With a deep breath, Hugo raised the wand high. "Neither," he declared. "The world isn't meant to be divided, but it's not ready to be fully united either. There must be balance, a way for magic to flow freely, but with protections in place for both sides." Godric Gryffindor smiled, a look of pride on his ghostly face. "Well spoken, young Weasley. Now, show us the strength of your conviction." Hugo closed his eyes, channeling all of his will through the Founder's wand. He thought of the wonder on a Muggle child's face upon discovering magic, of the rich history and tradition of the wizarding world. He thought of the potential for growth and understanding between two worlds that had been separate for too long. A pulse of pure magic erupted from the wand, spreading out in a shimmering wave that washed over Hogwarts, over Britain, and beyond. Where it passed, the fraying edges of reality knit themselves back together, but not as they had been before. Now there were paths hidden, but accessible to those with the wisdom and heart to find them. As the last echoes of magic faded, Hugo opened his eyes to find the Founders gone and the first light of dawn breaking over Hogwarts towers. Charlie clapped him on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "Well done, nephew," he said. "I'd say you've more than lived up to the family name." But Hugo shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "No, Uncle Charlie. I've lived up to my own name." Hugo Weasley, guardian of the veil, bridged between worlds. As they walked back to the castle, Hugo felt a sense of peace settle over him. The Founder's wand had grown quiet, its purpose fulfilled. The future was uncertain, full of challenges and opportunities, but Hugo knew that whatever came, he was ready to face it. For in bridging the gap between two worlds, Hugo Weasley had discovered the greatest magic of all, the power to bring people together, to foster understanding, and to create a future where magic and wonder could thrive in harmony. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered with forgotten secret as Lily Luna Potter stood before the sorting hat, her heart pounding like a drum. The great hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on the youngest Potter, wondering which house would claim her. As the hat touched her fiery red hair, a voice echoed in her mind. "Ah, a Potter, but with a twist. Your destiny lies in Slytherin." Gasps rippled through the hall. Lily's emerald eyes widened in shock as she walked, trembling, towards the table adorned in green and silver. The weight of centuries of rivalry and prejudice settled on her small shoulders, heavier than any spellbook. That night, as Lily lay awake in her new dormitory, a chill wind whispered through the dungeons, carrying with it the faint hiss of serpents. Little did she know that this was just the beginning of a prophecy long forgotten, one that would shake the very foundations of the wizarding world. Weeks passed, and Lily struggled to find her place. Her cousins in Gryffindor regarded her with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, while her Slytherin housemates kept their distance, unsure of the Potter in their midst. It was during a particularly lonely evening that Lily discovered an old, ornate mirror hidden in a disused classroom. As she gazed into its depths, her reflection shimmered and changed. Suddenly, she was face to face with a stern-looking man with a hooked nose and dark, piercing eyes. Lily stumbled back, her heart racing. Who are you?" she whispered. The man in the mirror raised an eyebrow. I am Severus Snape, former headmaster of Hogwarts and your namesake. And you, Lily Luna Potter, are the key to preventing a catastrophe that threatens to engulf both the magical and muggle worlds over the next few months. Lily found herself sneaking away to speak with Snape's portrait. He told her of an ancient prophecy, one that spoke of an heir of Slytherin who would rise to control an army of basilisks, bringing darkness to the world. But there was hope. The prophecy also mentioned a child of two houses, with the power to prevent this calamity. You, Lily, Snape explained, his painted eyes glinting, with your Gryffindor heritage and Slytherin sorting, are uniquely positioned to unravel this mystery and stop the heir before it's too late. Determined to prove herself and save the school she loved, Lily began to explore the hidden chambers of Hogwarts. She formed an unlikely alliance with Scorpius Malfoy, a brilliant but misunderstood Ravenclaw, and her cousin, Hugo Weasley, a kind-hearted Hufflepuff. Together, they delved into ancient texts and secret passageways, following clues left by the founders themselves. Their quest led them to discover a hidden entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, concealed behind a tapestry depicting the four house animals. As they descended into the damp, echoing chamber, Lily felt a strange pull, as if the very stones recognized her dual nature. Deep within the chamber, they found an archway covered in intricate carvings of snakes. Lily, drawing upon a power she didn't know she possessed, spoke in Parseltone, "Reveal your secrets." The archway shimmered and dissolved, revealing a vast cavern filled with what appeared to be thousands of petrified basilisk eggs. In the center stood a figure cloaked in shadows, their hands raised in triumph. At last, a cold voice echoed, "The army of Salazar will rise again." Lily stepped forward, her one trembling but her voice steady. "Stop. This isn't what Slytherin would have wanted." The figure turned, lowering its hood to reveal a face that made Lily gasp. It was Professor Noctis, the new Defense Against the Dark arts teacher, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. "Ah, young Potter," he sneered. "How fitting that you should witness the rebirth of true magical supremacy. Join me, and together we can reshape the world." For a moment, Lily felt the pull of temptation, the power to change everything, to prove herself once and for all. But then she remembered Snape's words, the faith he had placed in her. "No," she said firmly. "True strength comes from unity, not division." Salazar Slytherin valued cunning and ambition, but he was also a founder of Hogwarts. He worked alongside the other houses to build something greater than himself. As Lily spoke, her wand began to glow with an otherworldly light. The chamber trembled, and the petrified eggs began to crack and crumble. Noctis snarled and raised his wand, but Scorpius and Hugo stepped forward, flanking Lily. United, they cast a shield charm so powerful it sent Noctis flying backwards. The chamber shook more violent, stones falling from the ceiling. "We need to get out of here," Hugo yelled. As they ran, Lily glanced back to see Noctis scrambling after them, his face contorted with rage. But before he could reach them, a massive stone column crashed down, sealing the entrance to the egg chamber forever. They emerged into the main chamber of secret, gasping for breath. The giant statue of Salazar Slytherin looked down upon them, and for a moment, Lily thought she saw a glimmer of approval in its stone eyes. In the days that followed, as the truth of what had happened spread through the school, Lily found herself at the center of attention once more. But this time, it was different. Slytherins approached her with newfound respect, while students from other houses looked at her with admiration rather than suspicion. One evening, as Lily sat by the lake, watching the giant squid lazily wave its tentacles, she was joined by Headmistress McGonagall. "Miss Potter," McGonagall said, her voice gentle, "I want you to know how proud we all are of you. You've shown extraordinary courage and wisdom beyond your years." Lily smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I had help, Professor, from my friends, from my family's legacy, and from Professor Snape." McGonagall's eyebrows rose in surprise, but she nodded understanding. Severus always did have a knack for appearing when he was needed most. "You've honored both of your namesakes, Lily." As the sun set over the forbidden forest, casting a golden glow across the grounds of Hogwarts, Lily felt a sense of peace settle over her. She had faced her fears, challenged ancient prejudices, and found strength in the very things that had once made her feel different. The prophecy had been averted, but Lily knew that her journey was far from over. There would be more challenges to face, more mysteries to unravel. But now she understood that her unique position of Potter in Slytherin, a bridge between two worlds, was not a burden, but a gift. As she stood to return to the castle, Lily caught a glimpse of her reflection in the lake. For a moment, she thought she saw not just herself, but the images of those who had come before her grandfather James, her grandmother Lily, Severus Snape, and countless others whose courage and sacrifice had shaped the world she lived in. With a smile, Lily Luna Potter turned and walked back to the castle, ready to write the next chapter in the ever-unfolding story of Hogwarts. For in the end, it was not the house you were sorted into that defined you, but the choices you made and the bridges you built along the way. Story 4. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with anticipation, its enchanted ceiling reflecting a sky ablaze with stars. Hundreds of candles floated above the gathered students, their flames dancing in excitement. At the head table, Headmistress Hermione Granger Weasley stood, her presence commanding silence. "Welcome," she began, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall. To the revival of the Triwizard Tournament, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Albus Severus Potter, seated at the Gryffindor table, felt his heart race. He had heard stories of the tournament from his father, tales of glory and danger in equal measure. This year, Hermione continued, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. The challenge surpasses all that have come before. Our champions will embark on a quest to recover the heart of Atlantis, a legendary artifact hidden in the ruins of the lost underwater city. As murmurs of excitement filled the air, Albus's mind whirled. The chance to prove himself, to step out of his father's shadow, seemed tantalizingly close. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet. "I volunteer as Hogwarts champion," he declared, his voice steady despite the trembling in his hands. All eyes turned to him, a mix of awe and skepticism on the faces of his peers. From the Slytherin table, Scorpius Malfoy watched with an unreadable expression. The selection process was swift, and soon Albus found himself standing alongside the champions from Beau Boxtons and Durmstrang. As they were led to a chamber off the Great Hall for instructions, Albus caught sight of a shimmering figure near the wall, the ghost of his namesake, Albus Dumbledore, nodding in silent approval. Weeks of preparation flew by in a blur of research and training. Albus pored over ancient texts, learning water-breathing spells and studying the myths of Atlantis. Yet, as the day of the first task approached, doubt gnawed at him. Could he truly live up to the Potter name? The morning of the challenge dawned cold and misty. The Black Lake, usually dark and forbidding, seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. As Albus stood at its edge, clad in golden robes emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, he felt a presence beside him. "Nervous, Potter?" Scorpius Malfoy's drawl was tinged with something akin to concern. Albus turned, surprised. "What are you doing here, Malfoy?" Scorpius shrugged, his pale features softened by the early morning light. "Thought you could use a friendly face, even if it's mine." Before Albus could respond, a horn sounded. It was time. With a nod to Scorpius, he plunged into the icy waters of the lake. The world beneath the surface was a realm of wonder and terror. Albus swam through forests of swaying kelp, past schools of luminescent fish that scattered at his approach. His wand, gripped tightly in his hand, glowed with a soft light, illuminating the murky depths. As he descended deeper, the water grew colder and the pressure increased. Strange angular structures began to emerge from the gloomy outskirts of Atlantis. Albus's heart raced as he swam through an archway adorned with intricate carvings of mare people and sea serpents. Suddenly, a haunting melody filled the water. Albus turned to see a group of merpeople approaching, their silver tails glinting in the dim light. To his astonishment, one of them spoke, her voice clear despite the watery environment. "Wizard child," she said, her eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom, "you seek the heart of Atlantis. But beware, for its power comes at a great cost." Albus hesitated, remembering the stories of the Triwizard Cup and its terrible consequences. "What cost?" he asked. The mermaid's expression turned grave. "The heart has the power to restore life to those long lost. but in doing so, it takes life from the living. Choose wisely, young one. With those cryptic words, the merpeople vanished into the depths, leaving Albus alone with his thoughts. As he pressed on towards the heart of the ruined city, the warning echoed in his mind. The central palace of Atlantis loomed before him, a massive structure of coral and crystal. As Albus swam through its grand halls, he couldn't help but imagine the life that once thrived here. Faded murals depicted a society of incredible magical advancement, their downfall a cautionary tale of hubris. In the throne room, atop a pedestal of pure white marble, sat the heart of Atlantis. It pulsed with an inner light, casting shimmering patterns across the walls. As Albus reached for it, a vision flashed before his eyes: his grandmother, Lily Potter, smiling and alive. The temptation was overwhelming. With this artifact, he could bring back those his father had lost, erase the pain that had shaped Harry Potter's life. His hand trembled as it hovered over the heart. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Potter." Albus spun around, startled to see Scorpius Malfoy floating in the doorway, a bubble-head charm shimmering around him. "Malfoy, why are you here?" Scorpius swam closer, his gray eyes serious. "I followed you. Didn't trust you not to do something stupidly noble." He glanced at the heart. "That thing's dangerous, isn't it?" Albus nodded slowly. "It can bring back the dead, but at the cost of the living, and you were considering using it?" Scorpius asked, his voice sharp. I don't know," Albus admitted. "The thought of giving my dad back his parents." Scorpius laid a hand on Albus's shoulder. "Your dad's past shaped who he is, who you are. Changing that, it wouldn't be right." As they spoke, a rumbling shook the palace. The other champions had arrived, and their attempts to claim the heart were destabilizing the ancient magic holding the ruins together. "We need to get out of here," Scorpius said urgently. Albus looked at the heart, then back at Scorpius. With a decisive nod, he grabbed the artifact and stuffed it into his robes. "Let's go." They swam frantically through the collapsing ruins, dodging falling debris and swirling currents. Just as they cleared the city limits, a massive tremor sent a cloud of silt billowing up, obscuring their vision. Disoriented and running out of air, Albus felt panic setting in. Then, through the murk, he saw a flash of silver scales. The merpeople had returned, forming a protective circle around the two boys. With powerful strokes of their tails, they guided Albus and Scorpius back to the surface. As they broke through the water's surface, gasping for air, cheers erupted from the shore. Albus had emerged first, the heart of Atlantis clutched in his hand. He had won the task, but the victory felt hollow. In the days that followed, as the magical community celebrated the successful retrieval of the legendary artifact, Albus grappled with the weight of his decision. The heart of Atlantis was secured in the Department of Mysteries, its power too dangerous to be wielded. On a quiet evening, Albus found himself by the lake's edge, skipping stones across its now calm surface. Scorpius joined him, their shoulders brushing as they stood in companionable silence. "You did the right thing, you know," Scorpius said finally. "Choosing the future over the past." Albus nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Couldn't have done it without you." Malfoy, as the sun set over Hogwarts, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Albus realized that he had found something more valuable than any magical artifact, a true friend and ally in the most unexpected of places. The Triwizard Tournament would continue, with challenges yet to come. But Albus Severus Potter faced them with renewed confidence, knowing that his worth wasn't determined by his name or his legacy, but by the choices he made and the bonds he forged. And as for the heart of Atlantis, it remained a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies not in the power to change the past, but in the courage to shape the future. Story 5. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets of long-forgotten magic, a darkness stirred. It was a darkness older than Hogwarts itself, a curse that had slumbered for centuries beneath gnarled roots and moss-covered stones. As the first rays of the autumn sun kissed the highest towers of the castle, the curse awakened, sending ripples of malevolent energy through the very foundations of the magical world. Cassandra Blackthorn stood at the edge of the astronomy tower, her raven-black hair whipping in the wind as she gazed out over the misty grounds of Hogwarts. At 17, she was in her final year, a prodigy whose brilliance was matched only by the mystery of her lineage. Descended from a line of witches and wizards lost to time, Cassandra had always felt a deep connection to the ancient magics that pulls through the castle's vein. As she watched, a shadow darker than night crept across the forest canopy, extinguishing the golden leaves of autumn in its wake. A chill ran down her spine, a premonition of the trials to come. Little did she know that her destiny was about to become inextricably entwined with the fate of Hogwarts itself. In the great hall, whispers of unease rippled through the breakfast crowd. Students huddled in groups, their eyes darting nervously to the enchanted ceiling, where storm clouds gathered ominously. At the head table, Headmistress McGonagall's face was etched with concern as she conferred in hushed tones with the newest addition to the faculty professor, Corvus Shadowbane. Shadowbane cut an imposing figure, his silver-streaked hair and piercing obsidian eyes hinting at a past fraught with dark encounters. As the new defense against the dark arts teacher, he had arrived under a shroud of secrecy, his reputation preceding him like a storm front. As Cassandra entered the hall, her emerald eyes locked with Shadowbane's. For a moment, the cacophony of the great hall faded away, and she felt a jolt of recognition not of the man, but of the magic that swirled around him, ancient and powerful. The stillness was shattered by a bone-chilling howl that echoed from the depths of the castle. The very stones seemed to tremble, and the candles flickered wildly. In an instant, Shadowbane was on his feet, his wand drawn. All students, return to your dormitories immediately. McGonagall's voice rang out, magically amplified. Prefects, ensure everyone's safety. Staff to me. As chaos erupted, Cassandra found herself moving against the tide of panicked students. Something pulled her towards the source of the disturbance, a call she couldn't ignore. As she slipped away from the crowd, a hand grasped her arm. She turned to find Professor Shadowbane, his eyes blazing with an intensity that both thrilled and terrified her. "Miss Blackthorn," he said, his voice low and urgent. "I need your help." Without waiting for a response, he led her through secret passages and down winding staircases, deeper into the bowels of Hogwarts than she had ever ventured. The air grew thick with ancient magic, and the walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own. They emerged into a chamber so old it predated the founders themselves. At its center stood a pedestal upon which rested a tome bound in shadow and starlight, the grimoire of eternal twilight. "The seal is breaking," Shadowbane muttered, more to himself than to Cassandra. "We must act quickly." As he reached for the grimoire, tendrils of darkness lashed out, wrapping around his arm. Cassandra reacted instinctively, her wand flashing as she cast a spell of pure light. The darkness recoiled, and Shadowbane snatched the book. "How did you know to do that?" he asked, a newfound respect in his eyes. I'm not sure," Cassandra admitted. "It felt right." Shadowbane nodded grimly. "Your instincts serve you well. You truly are a Blackthorn." As they hurried back through the castle, now eerily silent, Shadowbane explained the gravity of their situation. The curse that had awakened was an ancient evil, cast by a dark sorcerer who sought to plunge the world into eternal night. It had been contained, but never truly defeated, and now it threatened to consume not just Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding world. "The grimoire holds the key to unraveling the curse," Shadowbane said as they entered his office, a room filled with strange artifacts and swirling mists. "But its secrets are protected by powerful magic. It will take both of us to decipher it over the next days." As an unnatural twilight settled over Hogwarts, Cassandra and Shadowbane worked tirelessly. They pored over the grimoire, their minds melding in a dance of intuition and knowledge. With each passing hour, the darkness outside grew stronger, seeping through cracks in the castle's magical defenses. As they delved deeper into the grimoire's mysteries, Cassandra began to uncover not only the nature of the curse, but also the truth about her own heritage. The Blackthorns, she learned, had been guardians of ancient magic, tasked with maintaining the balance between light and shadow. But the revelations came at a cost. The more they uncovered, the more the curse fought back. Shadows came alive, attacking students and staff alike. Creatures of nightmare stalked the corridors, their eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. Cassandra found herself at the forefront of the defense, her newfound powers growing with each challenge. She led her fellow students in battles against shadow beasts, her wand a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. As the situation grew dire, Shadowbane revealed the final, terrible truth. The curse could only be broken by a sacrifice, the willing surrender of a powerful magical bloodline. His own past, shrouded in mystery, was tied to the dark sorcerer who had cast the original curse. It was his destiny, he believed, to end what his ancestor had begun. But Cassandra refused to accept this. In the depths of the forbidden forest, where the curse was strongest, she and Shadowbane made their final stand. As waves of darkness crashed against their shields, Cassandra reached deep within herself, calling upon the full power of her lineage. In a blinding flash of silver light, she united her magic with Shadowbane's. Together, they wove a spell of such complexity and power that it shook the very foundations of reality. The curse, faced with the combined might of two ancient bloodlines, began to unravel. As dawn broke over Hogwarts for the first time in weeks, the shadows retreated, hissing and writhing. The curse, bound once more, was sealed away in the depths of the earth. But the victory came at a great cost. Shadowbane, drained of his magic, lay still upon the forest floor. Cassandra knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face. With the last of his strength, Shadowbane smiled up at her. "You've done it, Cassandra," he whispered. "You've restored the balance. The Blackthorn legacy is in good hands." As his eyes closed, a spark of his magic flowed into Cassandra. She felt the weight of her heritage settle upon her shoulders, a mantle of responsibility and power. She knew then that her journey was far from over. There would be other threats, other curses to unravel, but she would face them, armed with the knowledge of her past and the strength of her future. As she emerged from the forest, Hogwarts stood tall against the morning sky, its windows gleaming in the sunlight. Students and teachers alike cheered at the sight of her, the hero who had saved them all. But Cassandra's eyes were drawn to the horizon, where new adventures awaited. For in the world of magic, every ending is but a new beginning, and the greatest stories are those yet to be told. Story 6. The shimmering skyline of New London stood as a testament to the harmonious coexistence of magical and muggle worlds, a dream realized centuries after the fall of Voldemort. Enchanted skyscrapers intertwined with ancient spires, while flying cars wove between broomsticks in the crisp morning air. But on this fateful day, as the sun climbed over the horizon, an ominous stillness settled over the city. Albus Severus Potter, now a distinguished Auror with streaks of silver in his jet-black hair, stood atop the Ministry of Magic, his emerald eyes scanning the cityscape. The tranquility was shattered by a deafening explosion that rocked the very foundations of the magical world. A plume of iridescent smoke rose from the heart of Diagon Alley, shimmering with dark magic that sent chills down Albus's spine. As screams filled the air and panic spread through the streets, Albus's enchanted badge pulsed with urgency. Minister Hermione Granger, Weasley's voice echoed in his mind. "Albus, it's happening again. The statute of secrecy is on the brink of collapse. We need you at the Department of Mysteries immediately." Apparating into the depths of the ministry, Albus found himself in a scene of controlled chaos. Witches and wizards from every department scrambled to contain the fallout of what was quickly becoming the worst magical disaster in centuries. At the center of it all stood Hermione, her face etched with worry lines that belied her unwavering resolve. "Albus," she said, her voice tight with tension, "we've detected a surge of ancient magic unlike anything we've seen before. Multiple attacks have been reported across major cities worldwide. The Muggles. They've seen too much. We're on the verge of exposure." As Albus absorbed the gravity of the situation, a familiar voice cut through the clamor. "Perhaps it's time we stopped hiding." Rose Weasley Granger, Hermione's daughter, and one of the youngest unspeakables in history, stepped forward. Her wild red hair crackled with magical energy, a testament to her brilliance and power. "We've been monitoring temporal anomalies in the Department of Mysteries. These attacks, they're not random. They're following a pattern, a prophecy older than Hogwarts itself." Before Albus could respond, another voice joined the fray. A prophecy about the return of Merlin. Scorpius Malfoy, his platinum blonde hair disheveled and his healer's robes stained with mysterious substances, strode into the room. Street. Mungos has been overwhelmed with patients exhibiting symptoms of exposure to primordial magic. It matches descriptions in ancient texts about Merlin's awakening. The trio exchanged glances, years of friendship and shared adventures passing unspoken between them. Albus turned to Hermione, determination hardening his features. Minister, with your permission, I'd like to lead an investigation into these attacks. If Merlin is truly returning, we need to understand why and what it means for our world. Hermione nodded gravely. Granted, take whatever resources you need. But Albus, she added, her eyes softening for a moment, be careful. Your father faced many challenges, but nothing quite like this. As Albus, Rose, and Scorpius prepared to embark on their mission, the very air around them seemed to pulse with anticipation. The world they knew stood on the precipice of change, and they were the only ones who could uncover the truth behind Merlin's prophesied return. Their investigation led them across a Britain transformed by centuries of magical evolution. They traced the epicenters of the attacks, each site revealing fragments of an ancient puzzle. In the mist-shrouded ruins of Glastonbury Tor, they discovered runes that pulsed with eldritch energy. Beneath the sprawling metropolis of New Cardiff, they unearthed a network of crystal caves that sang with the echoes of long-forgotten spells. But it was in the heart of the Forbidden Forest, now a sprawling magical nature reserve, that they found their first real breakthrough. As they pushed through dense foliage that whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood a stone circle, each monolith carved with symbols that shifted and changed as they watched. It's a map, Rose breathed, her quick mind deciphering the arcane patterns. A map to Merlin's tomb. As she spoke, the ground beneath their feet trembled. From the shadows of the forest emerged a figure that seemed woven from darkness itself, the leader of the cult that sought to bring about Merlin's return. His voice, when he spoke, resonated with the power of ages. The stars align, and Merlin stirs into slumber, the figure in tone. Only his power can purge the world of the taint of Muggle influence. Will you stand with us, children of magic, or against the tide of destiny? Albus stepped forward, his wand raised. We stand for balance, he declared, his voice unwavering. For a world where magic and technology coexist in harmony. Your vision of purity is a step backward, not forward. The battle that ensued was nothing short of legendary. Spells of untold power clashed in the night sky, illuminating the forest in a dazzling display of magical prowess. Rose's encyclopedic knowledge of obscure charms proved invaluable, while Scorpius's expertise in magical healing kept them fighting against overwhelming odds. But even as they fought, Albus couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something crucial. The cult leader's words nagged at him, a piece of the puzzle that didn't quite fit. As dawn broke and the cultists retreated, leaving the trio battered but victorious, Albus made a decision that would change everything. We need to find Merlin's tomb, he announced, his voice hoarse from battle. Not to stop his return, but to understand it. There's more to this prophecy than we're seeing. Their quest took them to the farthest reaches of magical Britain, each step bringing them closer to a truth that would shake the foundations of their world. They braved the treacherous waters of the enchanted Lake of Avalon, now hidden beneath the bustling streets of modern-day London. They deciphered riddles left by the Lady of the Lake, her ethereal form shimmering in the mists of time. Finally, after weeks of perilous travel and narrow escapes, they stood before the sealed entrance to Merlin's tomb. The air thrummed with power, centuries of magical protection resisting their every attempt to gain entry. It was Scorpius who finally broke through, his healer's intuition recognizing the wards not as barriers, but as a test of worthiness. It's not about magical strength, he realized, lowering his wand. It's about intention. We need to prove we're here to learn, not to conquer. As they stepped into the tomb, the weight of history pressed down upon them. Artifacts of unimaginable power lined the walls, each thrumming with barely contained energy. But it was the figure at the center of the chamber that drew their attention, Merlin himself, suspended in a state between life and death, waiting for the moment of his awakening. Before they could approach, the tomb came alive with magic. Spectral guardians materialized, testing not just their magical prowess, but their wisdom, compassion, and understanding of the delicate balance between magical and non-magical worlds. It was a trial that pushed them to their limits, forcing them to confront their own biases and fears. In the final chamber, as they stood before Merlin's sleeping form, the truth of the prophecy revealed itself. Merlin had not been waiting to return and conquer, but to guide. His power was never meant to purge the world of Muggle influence, but to usher in a new era of true harmony between all peoples. As Merlin's eyes opened, glowing with the wisdom of ages, Albus, Rose, and Scorpius found themselves at the crossroads of history. The choice before them was monumental: to awaken Merlin fully and risk upsetting the delicate balance of their world, or to let him return to his slumber, taking with him the knowledge that could save or doom them all. In that moment of decision, with the fate of two worlds hanging in the balance, Albus thought of his father's legacy, of the sacrifices made by generations before him. He thought of the shimmering skyline of New London, of the dream of coexistence that had been centuries in the making. With a deep breath, he made his choice not just for himself, but for the future of magic and humanity alike. As Merlin's power flowed through the chamber, Albus, Rose, and Scorpius stood united, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in this new dawn of magical history. The tale of Merlin's awakening and the trials faced by Albus Severus Potter and his companions would be told for generations to come. It would serve as a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies not in power or prophecy, but in the choices we make and the bridges we build between worlds. And as the sun rose on a new era of magical and Muggle cooperation, the legacy of Harry Potter lived on through his son, who had faced the unknown with courage, wisdom, and an unwavering belief in the power of unity. Story 7. The veil between worlds shimmered and tore in the depths of the Department of Mysteries, a cosmic wound that bled magic and mayhem into the heart of wizarding Britain. As the fabric of reality unraveled, a figure emerged from the swirling chaos, a mirror image of the boy who lived, yet twisted by darkness and ambition. This was Harry Potter as he might have been, raised not by the Dursleys, but by Lord Voldemort himself. His emerald eyes gleamed with cruel intelligence, and the lightning bolt scar on his forehead pulsed with dark magic. As he stepped into our world, a cold smile played across his lips. At last, he whispered, a realm ripe for conquest. News of the incursion spread like fiend fire through the wizarding community. The true Harry Potter, now head Auror, found himself thrust into a nightmare scenario. How does one fight an enemy who knows your every strength and weakness, who shares your face, but none of your moral compass? As the dark Harry moved swiftly to seize control of the Ministry, our Harry found himself outmaneuvered at every turn. Longtime allies, confused by the doppelganger's uncanny resemblance and charisma, fell under his sway. Within days, the usurper had ministered Shacklebolt under the imperious curse and was rewriting the very laws that govern magical Britain. Forced into hiding, Harry retreated to the one place he knew he could find allies: Hogwarts. But even the ancient castle seemed changed, its warm halls now cold and foreboding under the new regime. As he slipped through secret passages, Harry's mind raced. How could he hope to defeat an enemy who seemed to anticipate his every move? The answer came from the most unlikely of sources. As Harry rounded a corner, he found himself face to face with Draco Malfoy, Luna Lovegood, and Neville Longbottom. For a moment, old rivalries and suspicions flared. But Draco, his pointed face etched with worry, spoke first. "Potter," he said, his voice uncharacteristically urgent, "we need to talk. This other you. He's not just taking over the Ministry. He's looking for something that could tear our world apart." Luna, her protuberant eyes seeming to see beyond the physical realm, nodded solemnly. "The Deathly Hallows," she whispered. "He seeks to unite them, to open a permanent gateway between worlds." Neville, no longer the timid boy of their school days, but a battle-hardened warrior, gripped his wand tightly. "We can't let that happen, Harry. We need your help." And so, an unlikely alliance was forged. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Draco Malfoy, scion of a once dark family seeking redemption. Luna Lovegood, whose seemingly nonsensical ramblings often held kernels of profound truth. And Neville Longbottom, whose quiet courage had blossomed into legendary strength. Their quest to find the Hallows before the Dark Harry led them on a perilous journey across a Britain transformed. Ancient forests, once sanctuaries of magical creatures, now teemed with corrupted beasts that attacked on sight. Quaint wizarding villages had become fortresses, their inhabitants wary of strangers in these uncertain times. As they traveled, they pieced together the Dark Harry's history. In his world, Voldemort had triumphed at the Battle of Hogwarts, raising Harry as his heir and molding him into a weapon of unparalleled magical might. But even that wasn't enough for the boy who had tasted ultimate power. He sought to conquer not just one world, but all worlds. Their search led them to the ruins of Hogwarts in an alternate dimension, a crumbling monument to what might have been. As they picked their way through fallen stones and shattered memories, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. I wondered when you'd find your way here. Regulus Black stepped into view, older and wearier than the photos Harry had seen, but unmistakably alive. In this world, he had survived his encounter with Voldemort's Inferi, fleeing to a parallel dimension where he had spent years studying the nature of reality itself. The barriers between worlds are weakening, Regulus explained, leading them through the ruined castle. Your dark counterpart, he's not just seeking to rule. He wants to collapse all realities into one. With himself as the supreme being, as Regulus spoke, the air around them began to shimmer and distort. The walls of Hogwarts flickered, sometimes whole, sometimes ruined, as if multiple versions of reality were overlapping. In the distance, they could hear the sound of battle spells being cast, creatures roaring, the very fabric of existence groaning under the strain. We don't have much time, Harry said, his resolve hardening. Regulus, you said you've been studying the nature of reality. Do you know how we can stop this? The Elder Black nodded gravely. The Deathly Hallows are the key. United, they don't just make one the master of death. They allow control over the very boundaries of existence. But there's a catch. They must be wielded by one who has truly accepted death, who understands its place in the natural order. Harry's mind raced back to that fateful moment in the Forbidden Forest, when he had walked to his death at Voldemort's hands. He had accepted his fate then, embraced it even. Could that be the key? As if in answer to his unspoken question, a phoenix's cry pierced the air. Fox, or perhaps some alternate version of the magical bird, peered in a burst of flame. In its talons, it carried a familiar object, the Resurrection Stone. It seems fate has not finished with you yet, Harry Potter, Luna said softly. With renewed purpose, the unlikely band of heroes set out to gather the remaining Hallows. Draco's knowledge of pureblood family histories led them to a hidden vault where the Elder Wand had been secreted away. Neville's affinity for herbology allowed them to navigate a deadly garden of venomous tentacula to retrieve the invisibility cloak. But even as they collected the Hallows, the Dark Harry's forces closed in. Corrupted versions of their friends and mentors pursued them relentlessly. An imperieused Ron Weasley, his eyes blank and unseeing. Hermione Granger, her brilliant mind twisted to serve the Dark Harry's cause. Even a resurrected Dumbledore, a pale imitation of the great wizard, now nothing more than a puppet of the usurper. The final confrontation came atop the astronomy tower, where realities bled into one another like watercolors in the rain. The Dark Harry stood at the center of the maelstrom, the power of a dozen worlds coursing through him. Don't you see? He called out, his voice echoing across dimensions. With the power of the Hallows, we could reshape reality itself. No more death, no more loss. We could bring back everyone we've ever loved. For a moment, Harry felt the temptation to see his parents again, Sirius, all those lost in the war. But he remembered Dumbledore's warning about the dangers of dwelling on dreams. With a heavy heart, he raised the Elder Wand. That's not how it's supposed to be, Harry said, his voice calm even as magic crackled around him. Death is part of life. Without it, nothing has meaning. As the two Harrys clashed, magic beyond imagining lit up the sky. Spells that could rewrite history and reshape continents flew back and forth. But in the end, it wasn't raw power that decided the battle. It was understanding, acceptance, love. Harry, surrounded by friends, both old and new, wielded the Hallows not with a desire for power, but with the wisdom to know their true purpose. As the Dark Harry's killing curse flew towards him, Harry did not dodge or counter. Instead, he opened his arms, accepting death once more. The curse struck and rebounded, just as it had so many years ago in Godric's Hollow. But this time, it carried with it the power of the United Hallows. The Dark Harry's eyes widened in shock and fear as his own magic overwhelmed him, unraveling the very fabric of his being. As the usurper fell, the terror between worlds began to heal. Reality reasserted itself, the alternate timelines fading like a half-remembered dream. But the cost had been high. Hogwarts lay in ruins once more, and many good people had fallen in the final battle. As the dust settled, Harry looked at the Hallows in his hands. Such power and such temptation. With a sad smile, he snapped the Elder Wand in two, let the Resurrection Stone fall into the depths of the Black Lake, and folded the invisibility cloak carefully, a family heirloom to be passed down, but never again to be united with its brothers. Draco Luna and Neville stood beside him, watching as the sun rose over a world forever changed. They had seen wonders and horrors beyond imagining, faced down the darkness that lurked in their own hearts, and emerged stronger for it. What now? Neville asked, his voice heavy with exhaustion, but tinged with hope. Harry looked out over the grounds of Hogwarts, already seeing in his mind's eye how it would be rebuilt, stronger and more united than ever before. Now, he said, we begin again. There's a whole world out there to heal. As they made their way down the tower steps, Luna's dreamy voice floated back to them. You know, I think this might make for quite a good story someday, and in the years to come, as peace settled over the wizarding world and the scars of battle faded, that story would indeed be told. A tale of parallel worlds and dark reflections of friendship that transcended reality, and of the power of choice in the face of destiny. The story of Harry Potter and the multiversal Hallows would join the annals of wizarding legend, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light can be found if one only remembers to turn it on. Story 8. The Whomping Willow stood silent against the twilight sky, its gnarled branches unusually still as a cloaked figure emerged from the secret passage at its base. Marcus Crowley, a wizard long thought lost to the mists of time, had returned to Hogwarts. His weathered face bore the scars of countless battles, both with beasts and his own inner demons. As he gazed upon the castle's towering spires, a glimmer of hope, or perhaps something darker, flickered in his eyes. Word of Crowley's return spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Whispers of a cure for lycanthropy, a breakthrough that could change the fate of werewolves forever, reached the ears of one Remus Lupin. Despite the years that had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, Lupin still bore the weight of his condition, a constant reminder of the monster that lurked beneath his gentle exterior. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore's portrait watched with concern as Lupin pleaded his case. I must speak with Crowley Minerva, Lupin implored, his voice tinged with desperation. If there's even a chance. Headmistress McGonagall's lips thinned into a tight line. Remus, I urge caution. Marcus Crowley's methods were unorthodox, even before his exile, and his return now, after all these years. But Lupin's mind was made up. The promise of freedom from his monthly torment was too tempting to ignore. As he left the office, determination etched on his face. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's painted features. The path to salvation is often paved with good intentions, the portrait murmured, his words lost in the wake of Lupin's departure. Deep in the forbidden forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind, Crowley had established a makeshift laboratory. Lupin found him there, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and arcane instruments. The exiled wizard's eyes gleamed with a fervor that sent a chill down Lupin's spine. Oh, Remus Lupin, Crowley's voice was silk over steel. I wondered how long it would take for you to seek me out. Tell me, are you prepared to do whatever it takes to be free of your curse? As Lupin hesitated, weighing the cost of such a promise, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond the clearing. Nymphadora Tonks, her hair a subdued mousy brown, stepped into view. Remus, she called, her voice laced with worry. I followed you. Something doesn't feel right about this. Crowley's lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Ah, young Nymphadora, ever the vigilant Auror, but surely you, of all people, understand the importance of my work? The chance to free your beloved from his monthly torment? Tonk's hand instinctively moved to her wand. I understand the desire for a cure, but at what cost? Students have been disappearing, Crowley. And the centaurs speak of a darkness growing in the forest as tension crackled in the air between them. A mournful howl echoed through the trees. Lupin's face paled, recognition dawning in his eyes. That sound, it can't be. Crowley's mask of benevolence slipped, revealing a glint of madness beneath. Ah, you recognize it, don't you, Remus? The call of your old pack leader. Fenrir Greyback may have fallen, but his spirit, his essence, it lingers. And with the right magic, even death can be overcome. Realization struck Tonks like a physical blow. You're not trying to cure lycanthropy, she gasped. You're trying to harness it, to bring Greyback back. Crowley's laughter echoed through the clearing, cold and cruel. Cure it? Why would I cure such power? No, I intend to perfect it, to create an army of werewolves, loyal only to me. And Greyback, well, every army needs a general. As Crowley raised his wand, Tonks reacted with lightning speed. Stupefy, she cried, her spell colliding with Crowley's shield charm in a shower of sparks. Lupin, torn between his desperate hope for a cure and the horrifying truth before him, hesitated for a crucial moment. Run, Remus, Tonks shouted, her hair flaring bright red as she engaged Crowley in a fierce duel. Spells crackled through the air, setting the surrounding foliage ablaze with magical fire. Lupin's indecision cost him dearly. From the shadows of the forest, half-transformed werewolves emerged, their eyes gleaming with feral hunger. As they closed in, Lupin felt the familiar, dreaded pull of the approaching full moon. With a pained cry, he began to transform, his bones cracking and reshaping against his will. Tonks, realizing the danger, broke away from her duel with Crowley. Expecto Patronum, she cried, her silver wolf Patronus erupting from her wand. It charged the approaching werewolves, buying them precious seconds. Grabbing Lupin's arm, she disapparated, the crack of their escape drowned out by inhuman howls. They reappeared at the edge of the forbidden forest, Hogwarts looming before them. Lupin, fighting against his transformation, gritted out, Tonks, you have to lock me up before I hurt someone. Tears streaming down her face, Tonks nodded. I know a place, but Remus, I swear to you, we'll find a way to stop Crowley. Together, as they stumbled towards the castle, a majestic figure emerged from the trees. Firenze, the centaur, his coat gleaming silver in the moonlight, regarded them with ancient eyes. The stars foretold this night, he intoned, a choice between salvation and damnation, not just for you, Remus Lupin, but for all who walk between two worlds. Tonks turned to the centaur, desperation in her voice. Please, Firenze, we need your help. Crowley is trying to resurrect Greyback to create an army of werewolves. We have to stop him before the next full moon. Firenze's tail swished thoughtfully. The forest has long whispered of a darkness growing in its heart. We centaurs have watched, as is our way. But perhaps it is time we chose a side in the affairs of wizards, as the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the grounds of Hogwarts. An unlikely alliance was forged. Tonks, her aura training pushed to its limits. Lupin, wrestling with the beast within and the temptation of an easy cure. And Firenze, representing the ancient wisdom of the centaur herd. Together, they would have to unravel Crowley's dark plans and prevent the rise of a werewolf army before the next full moon bathed the land in its silvery light. In the days that followed, Hogwarts became a hive of activity. McGonagall, alerted to the threat, strengthened the castle's defenses. Students whispered in corners, their eyes darting nervously towards the ominous silhouette of the forbidden forest. And in a secluded tower, warded with the strongest protection spells Tonks could muster, Remus Lupin fought his monthly battle against the wolf within. Tonks threw herself into research, poring over ancient texts in the restricted section of the library. It was there, in a dusty tome of forgotten lore, that she discovered a possible solution. The Lunar Codex, she breathed, her eyes widening as she read. A ritual that can sever the connection between werewolf and moon, but at a terrible price. As the next full moon approached, tension mounted. Crowley's werewolf pack grew bolder, venturing closer to the edge of the forest. Students reported hearing howls in the night, and Hagrid's lessons became fraught with danger as magical creatures fled deeper into the woods. On the eve of the full moon, Tonks, Firenze, and a haggard Lupin gathered in the forbidden forest. The Lunar Codex lay open before them, its pages seeming to glow with an inner light. "Are you sure about this, Remus?" Tonks asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lupin nodded, determination etched on his face. "If it means stopping Crowley and saving others from this curse, I'll pay whatever price is necessary." As they began the ritual, the forest around them came alive with snarls and howls. Crowley's pack, led by a monstrous figure that could only be the resurrected spirit of Fenrir Greyback, burst into the clearing. What followed was a battle of epic proportions. Tonks, her wand a blur of motion, held off the attacking werewolves with a dazzling display of defensive magic. Firenze reared and kicked, his hooves connecting with furry bodies as he defended the ritual circle. And at the center of it all, Lupin stood resolute, chanting the words of the Lunar Codex as silver light engulfed him. As the moon reached its zenith, a shockwave of pure magical energy exploded outward from Lupin. The werewolves, caught in its path, howled in agony as their transformations were forcibly reversed. Crowley, his plans crumbling around him, faced off against Tonks in a final desperate duel. "You fool," he snarled, dark magic crackling at his fingertips. "Do you realize what you've done? The power you've thrown away?" Tonks stood her ground, her hair shifting through a rainbow of colors as she channeled her magic. "We've chosen humanity over monstrosity," she declared. "Something you forgot long ago, Crowley." With a final devastating spell, Tonks brought Crowley to his knees. As Aurors apparated into the clearing, alerted by the magical disturbance, Crowley's laughter echoed through the trees. "You may have won this battle," he sneered, "but the war between man and beast, that will never end." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, bathing the castle in golden light, Tonks found Lupin standing at the edge of the lake. The ritual had extracted a heavy toll streaks of silver now ran through his hair, and new lines etched his face. But his eyes, as he turned to her, held a peace she had never seen before. "It's over," he said softly, wonder in his voice. "For the first time in my life, I feel whole." Tonks took his hand, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Not over," she corrected gently. "Just beginning." As they walked back towards the castle, the giant squid lazuli waved a tentacle in the morning sun. In the forbidden forest, centaurs and magical creatures alike began to emerge from hiding. And in the halls of Hogwarts, students and teachers prepared to face a new day, secure in the knowledge that darkness had once again been held at bay by the light of courage, friendship, and love. The tale of the werewolf's redemption and the thwarting of Crowley's dark ambitions would be told for generations to come, a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, hope and humanity could prevail. And as for Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, their story was far from over. For in the wizarding world, every ending is just the beginning of a new adventure.